Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we are live, baby. Happy Saturday. We back.
Super Bowl weekend.
Super Bowl weekend, baby. Let go. Alright, so shameless self-promotion time, as is the standard. Alright. Get the promotional stuff out of the way.
I say, where'd you put my fancy keyboard?
It's on your computer. Along with your mouse. Alright.
So whose controller you got down there?
Which one?
That one in the box.
Oh shit, yeah, I gotta give that back then. Well, I have to fix it first and then I give it back. It's one of my D&D cards.
What's wrong with it?
It's got a busted spring on one of the back buttons.
Which one?
Back left, I believe. It's got to put a new spring in it. All right. All right, we are live. Happy Saturday, everybody. Coffee time. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's delicious. All right, as per usual, we're going to give it some time to let some people get in here. And we're going to have ourselves a grand old time. All right. So, again, just gonna give some folks some time to show up. go grab my vape juice real quick, and we're gonna have ourselves a fine evening of repair. Alright, here we go. Oh. Getting settled in, follow the stream. It's a lovely Saturday before the Super Bowl. Hope everybody's excited for a great game. I already got my foodstuffs planned out. My lady made a delicious salmon dish. I'm making a crab rangoon dip. It's going to be tremendous. I'm so excited. Alright. Power up the tools. Boop. Alright. Let's move these chips over. How am I awake? Oh, I'm good, I'm awake. Alright, we're going to have ourselves a fun time. So as you can read in the fucking brain fart title, in the title, we are going to be continuing the work on that PS4 from a couple of weeks ago. I finally got the new Southbridge chip in, so we're going to take off the old Southbridge, we're going to pop the new one on there, and we're going to see if that resolves the issue with the console not reading the hard drives, which I have confidence it will, but we'll see. And then we got this lovely PS5 that I had it come in for a drop repair for no power. So I put a new power supply in it because it wasn't getting 12 volts at all, and that worked. The console powered on, loaded to the dashboard, everything was fine. And a customer called me the next day and said, hey man, this thing is having a weird power issue. And I was like, excuse me? That doesn't make sense, because that power supply I got in there was for sure good. He's like, yeah, I don't understand. And he sent me a video, and I don't understand. I don't know what the hell this thing's doing. So, we're going to look. We're going to find out. So again, just a little bit of time for some folks to hop on in here. Probably about a minute and a half more, and we will get started.
I don't know.
No, okay. Well, we're just hanging out. We're just waiting. Another sip of coffee.
We got an ice cream.
I don't think so. No ice cream. We got tagalongs.
You got what?
Tagalongs? Peanut butter chocolate cookies? Yeah.
Scoot my way inside.
Just save some for Amanda for tomorrow. Alright. Alright, so just a little bit longer, probably about another minute or so, and we will kick things off. Alright. About another 30 seconds and we'll just get right into it, and as people trickle in, then we just continue on. I'm interested to see what happens with this PS5 because I have not run into an issue like this yet in my career. Nor online, really. I did a little bit of research on the issue, and I'm kind of stumped as far as like what this could be. I'm hoping maybe it's just a mispositioning issue with the power supply, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. All right. Let's go ahead and get to it, shall we? Another sip of coffee. Ah, delicious. All right. So, here we have a PlayStation 5. Just to reiterate, this was brought in by a customer for no power after it had been dropped. So, tested it, put plugged it in with the power supply in, and there is no 12 volt to the board. Took the power supply out, tested the power supply, no 12 volts inside the power supply. So obviously the drop knocked something loose inside the power supply. I don't work on power supplies, so replacement power supply it is. Put a replacement power supply in, tested fine. Everything loaded, no drop voltage, no nothing. It perfectly fine. Customer picked it up, paid for it, and took it home, played it all night. Started it up the next day, and we run into the following issue.
It's the following issue. It turns out it doesn't stand.
Alright, so we get the crackle in the back of the power supply. And I'm going to try and get you guys in here a little bit so you can
He dropped it.
see the issue here. No, that's spray paint. Or actually, yeah, no, that's probably from the drop. So, let's see if we can kind of get the issue on here. So we get a blue light. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12-second blue light of death. I have never heard of that long of a blue light of death with this thing. That is the junior technician behind me. I have not seen that before. I have not seen anyone come across this before.
Second of death.
And if I try to repeat it, I think it shortens. Well, that's the shutdown button. But if I try it again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, okay, so I might have counted a little fast, but still, it's like a 12 to 15 second blue light of death. I have no idea what can cause this. So, we're going to try to figure it out. So, first things first, we're going to unplug. And I'm going to take the stand off. Where are my pliers? My pliers have gone missing. Yeah, I know, and I can't seem to find them.
Right there on the PC.
Ah, I'm very smart.
Where you put them?
I'm very smart.
That piece of smartest go.
Take this stand off first and foremost. Yep. Hand and screw it from here.
Where is...
Okay, there we go. So, stand is coming off. Alright, stand is off. So the first thing I'm going to check is, I think we're going to, well, obviously we're going to disassemble it, and then I think we're going to, well, first, we're going to test a few things. So let's get it disassembled first of all. tool. Actually, screwdriver first and foremost. Oh, all right, screwdriver required. All right, and we remove the plate. Remove the fan screws. All right, and grab some tweezers and pop off the little sticky end here. Take the fan out, but we're not going to put the fan to the side because that's going to be part of our testing procedure. So the fan's going to stay over here. All right. Right, and boop, there we go, and acquire tweezers to remove screws. All right, screws removed. All right, and let's go ahead and move those screws out of the way. Unfortunately, I have too many consoles disassembled right now, so I got screws everywhere. All right. And let's go ahead and remove the Wi-Fi antennas. Alright, Wi-Fi antennas removed. And the 37,482 screws. Alright. Yep. One trying to hide on me. Alright. Next round of screws in. Alright. About halfway done with the screws. Just a few more screws to go. Alright, done with the screws. Yep. Okay, so here we are at the board. Let's move this over a bit because we're going to do some testing. So the first thing I want to check is I know on the PS4s there was an occasional issue with a blue light of death where the fan would stop itself spinning before it shut down. And that is usually a Southbridge issue. I'm familiar with that issue. So the first thing we're going to check is see if we can recreate that particular issue. Now I do just want to make sure that the board's put down all the way, everything's pushed down the way it needs to be. But it's not a 12 volt issue, because it tries to power on for a good minute. So, but it was dropped. That's also something I have to keep in mind, is that it was dropped. So it's entirely possible that there's other issues that only presented itself once the power was turned back on. Yeah, back on. All right, so we've got the fan in place. Let's zoom in a little bit, and let's see if we can. If the fan decides to start and stop on us here. So,
That's the fan.
Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So we've got fan, we've got power. Let's see what it decides to do. Alright, so we've got fan spin. Nope, no fan shut off. Interesting. Okay. It could still very well be the Southbridge, but
Power shut off. Nope.
that's at least one indicator that it may not be. So, I think next step is probably thermal cam to see what is getting hot during the boot process. I'm anticipating that the Southbridge should be getting hot, the SSD controller should be getting hot, and most of the RAM should be getting hot during this boot sequence. So, got the thermal cam shut down. So, power on. Yep, south bridge is hot. SSD controller is hot. Shut down. Alright. RAM's all getting hot. So I've got an area. It looks like something that's probably PMIC for the RAM that's getting pretty warm. Cool down a little bit here. But the south bridge is getting hot.
Is it supposed to do that?
It is. So, south bridge is warm. The SSD controller is getting warm, but the SSD itself is not. Could it be an SSD issue, maybe? Yeah, I got an area around this power management IC for the RAM that seems to be getting pretty warm, and I don't know if it's supposed to. Alright, so let's check some things out. I want to see what happens to the voltages when power is applied. So you guys can see that. Good. Excellent. Alright, so we got voltage. Alright, so alright, so 12 coming in. Yep, 12 coming in. Alright, so this area that I'm touching, I know it's hard to see for you guys, but this area that I'm touching is the vias that go to the RAM area. I know the RAM's getting hot, but I want to see what kind of voltage is going through there, so if I turn it on. Alright, so I got 1.3 volts coming in through here. There's 1.3 volts here. And there's 12 volts coming in here. And 12 volts coming in there. Okay, so there's no standby voltage in this area. It only happens once it's powered on. Alright, so I got 12 volts in this entire area. I'm assuming I have my 5 volt. Yep, 5 volts is in, and I think 3.3 is in this general area over here. It's one of these areas. Yep, there's 3.3, so I've got 3.3 and 1.8, I believe is over here. And that's 5. It's also 5. Where's my 1.8? There it is. Okay, so 1.8 is good, at least on that side. Alright, so I got 5 volts there. And 3.3 volts down there. My cat is very unhappy right now. Alright, so I'm just checking to see what voltages I have in standby versus what I think I should. So, power it on. Alright, I've got 0.9 volts coming into this area. 0.9 volts coming into this area. That's 12 volts. That's also 12 volts. 1 volt coming in here. Or 0.9, I should say. And then pretty much an instant drop. Let me take off the APU clamp and throw the thermal camera on and see if we have any heat on the APU. I feel like if it was an APU issue, it probably just wouldn't turn on. Or it'd just be like long pulsing blue light versus like a 10-second one. Okay. Yep. APU is definitely getting warm. APU is getting really warm. I wonder if it's shutting itself down from overheating. I wonder if there's just not enough liquid metal contact. That's actually a good question. I didn't think about that. I don't know how hot that APU is supposed to get. Alright, do some conversions here. Okay. Alright, let me check that again now that I have a base measurement of where it is. Yeah, it gets up to about 140, which seems to be normal temperature. I mean, let's just try and move the liquid metal over a little bit and then respread it some, see if that wants to work. Couldn't hurt. It's an easy thing to do. Hey, Nathan, good to see you, man. You know what? It's easier to show than to tell. So, I will show you. It is the longest blue light of death without it being a forever blue light of death that I have run into on a PS5. So, let me shut it down real quick here. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah. So it's like a 12 to 15 second blue light of death. I put a known good power supply into this. This is a customer's console. They brought it to me because they dropped it and it wouldn't turn on anymore. Old power supply was not getting 12 volts, so I put a known good power supply in there and it worked completely fine for the night that they had it, and then they called me the next day and sent me a video showing this issue. Put it under the thermal cam. All 8 RAM chips, the APU, the Southbridge, and the SSD controller all get warm, along with this little, I think it's the PMIC for the RAM. It's a little section right here. I'll put it under camera in just a moment. This one gets extraordinarily hot. I'm assuming it's supposed to, but I could be wrong. And then just dies. I've got all voltage rails. I've got 12 volt, 5 volt, 3.3, 1.8. When I turn on the PS5, I've got 1 volt, 1.3 volts going from the vias at the bottom of the RAM going into the RAM. I've got 1 volt going from the APU area over here into the APU. I'm pretty sure that's where that goes anyway. So I'm thinking, I suppose it's possible that maybe the liquid metal isn't making... No, I don't have the software to do that. I don't have the machine to hook up to the area up here. I need to get it eventually. So I don't have that option to me, unfortunately. So I'm thinking it's possible that it's trying to shut itself, because I didn't respread the liquid metal and it had been dropped previously. So I'm wondering if maybe the liquid metal is just not making a good contact and it's trying to overheat itself. I'm going to try that first, because it worked fine. I mean, it worked fine for like they played it all night. And then the next morning they tried to start it and this happened. I mean, no, the liquid metal seems fine. It's definitely spread a bit. Like you can see, so when the drop happened, the liquid metal was caught all on the sponge here. It's not like it traveled anywhere, and again, it was working. But I mean, that looks pretty okay. I don't see any dry spots. I mean, it is kind of pooled up. Actually, hang on. Am I seeing this right? Hang on a second. Ugh. Let's grab a Q-tip real quick. because it looks a little bit dry. Like, it's still there, but yeah, it's just a real thin layer. And all of this is like dry liquid metal. Let me try respreading the liquid metal real quick and see if it just isn't making great contact. It didn't get to absurdly high temperatures, like nothing out of range for sure. Trying to get some of it off that sponge. And like there is some oxidation on the chip for sure. Like it's been hot. Trying to get some of this off the edges here and onto the chip. Alright, and let me respread it on the heatsink as well. I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll be super easy and this is the only issue and we can move on to the next one. Yeah, it'd be 100%. I'm thinking it's possible that's what at least part of the issue. So I'm just giving it a nice respreading and filling in all the dry spots. Again, it wasn't like there was a huge dry spot on it, but it was kind of centered in one area and the remaining areas were super, super thin with it. So I'm just kind of respreading it all over here. And clean up this edge. There we go. Get up there. Alright, so got it respread now. It's not all pulled up. I do have that sponge area there still, but yeah, that's what the sponge is for. It catches the things. So yeah, now it's all respread. It's not in a thin layer or one blob and then a thin layer everywhere else. So let's pop it back in there and see if that gives us any change. I don't think it will, but we'll try it. Yeah, I don't think so either, but it's something easy that I can do, and if it works, then woohoo. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. So, there we go. Get it all fully pressured down. I'll even put the APU clamp back on it just to make sure it's nice and spread out. Don't think it could be the liquid metal either, but we shall see. So, now that I've got some like-minded folks in here, what I'll probably do is get it closer to the camera to where I can actually show you guys the thermal imaging, and you guys can tell me if it looks normal. So, but in the meantime, let's just give it a test run real quick. And I guess I really don't need to plug this in, but why not? Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. See if there's any change. Yeah, no, nothing. Okay. Worth a shot. Alright. So, let's, let me try and see if I can scoot over a little bit and kind of get you guys a bit closer here. Hang on. Because I want to show you the thermal imaging and let you guys see what I'm seeing. Okay. So just to reiterate, when I turn it on, just to give you an idea of the thermal imaging, so actually we can go ahead and take this APU clamp off now. Let me do that first. But like I was saying, when I turn it on, the imaging I'm getting is Southbridge gets hot, SSD controller gets hot, all the RAM gets hot, and then the APU gets hot right afterwards. But there's this one little area under the RAM that seems to be getting quite warm, and I don't know if it's supposed to. So here, I'll just try and get it on the thermal cam here. It's gonna be kind of hard. Hang on. I really need to get this thing hooked up to... Actually, can I hook this up to the computer and use it as an additional camera? I wonder. Hold on. We're going to experiment, gentlemen. Ladies, whoever's watching. Let me see if I can turn this into a camera. I'm sure I can. Hold a moment. Hold a moment. Gotta mess with wires. Let's see here. Alright, turning it on. Alright. Let's see if this will actually work. Hang on, let me adjust my OBS real quick, guys. I haven't tried this before. Still here. Don't worry. Just testing something real quick. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it wants to work. Damn. Okay. I was hoping I could use the thermal camera as a camera on its own, but apparently it does not have that functionality. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, anyway, let me try and get this on screen as best I can for you here. Let me try and move you guys in a little closer. Hang on. Yeah, console was dropped. So console was dropped. Came in with 0 power, no beep, no nothing. Power supply was not putting out 12 volts. So put in a known good power supply. It worked all that night, and then they went to turn it on the next morning, and this is now the issue we have. All right. Is this a little bit better? Kinda. You can kinda see. Alright, so let me zoom out a little bit. Beep. Okay. So oh, that's the dead part. Okay. Trying to get this where you guys can see it without that damn glare hitting it. Alright, so yeah, everything lights up. All the RAM, SSD controller down here, South Bridge up here, totally good. And then I've got this, what I think is a power management controller right here. Right here is getting extraordinarily warm. Again, I know that's hard for you guys to see. I'm going to try and get it again. Yeah, that one right there. Yeah. This area right here is getting super, super warm. And I don't know that it's supposed to. The other thing I noticed is that none of the actual SSD chips are getting warm. Only the SSD controller is getting warm. So I'm thinking I may need to test for shorts in this area around the PMIC that I'm pretty sure is controlling the RAM. The temperature on the APU and the RAM is all within spec. I mean, it doesn't break 130 or 140 degrees Fahrenheit or like 60, 70 degrees Celsius, something like that. It doesn't get higher than that. So it's not like it's overheating and dying. But this area right here, I don't think is supposed to get that hot. So I think we're going to take the board out, and I think we're going to test for some shorts around this area here and see if we can find anything. I think that's probably going to be the best course of action. Let's bring you guys back over here. Because with it being that long of a blue light before it crashes, my three biggest concerns that I can think of that make sense to me in my brain, and you guys can help me out. And whoa, just had what I think was a spark from the power supply. Couldn't quite tell. Let's make sure I didn't just screw something up here. Hang on. Oh, LED's now plugged in. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, same issue. Okay, good. Excellent. I mean, not excellent, but good that nothing happened. Okay, so power is now disconnected. Okay. So, under the board we go. Or under the microskip. Oh, that would see. Do you think that would cause this long of a blue light, though? I suppose it could, because everything else seems to be powering on, and then as the APU starts to get hot, that's when it crashes. Although, why would it work for the majority of the night? Oh, maybe if it got hot enough, the crack got bad enough. That could be. I didn't think about that. Alright, well, I mean, yeah, we'll take a look at all possible options. I would hate for this guy to have just paid me to replace the power supply, and now all of a sudden he's got a dead console. That would not be good. Alright. Microscope. Okay, so this is the area that's getting extraordinarily hot. That chip right there. That's the other thing that I was thinking is, so my three main concerns, like I said, are the SSD is bad. It's, something happened with the SSD. Some kind of issue with the RAM. The BIOS, where, because of some kind of weird communication with the SSD, the BIOS isn't reading properly. Or that the APU got screwed up. So, maybe you guys with a little more knowledge can kind of help me out on this here. I know the SSD controller 100% is supposed to get hot. Is the SSD also supposed to get hot when it turns off? Yeah, that's what I'm doing first. So no short there. There's only a couple caps here. Yeah, no, the caps are all fine. I think that's a fuse. Well, that for sure looks like a cap, but I'm not getting anything on that. Let me get a little closer. Yeah, that's absolutely a cap, but I'm not getting any reading on that. Like this one, get a reading instantly. That one, good. This one, I got nothing. And I'm pretty sure... No, that's not a fuse. What is that, a resistor? I mean, that's a 0.2 resistance reading on that, if that is a resistor. And that one's got 6K. This has got 10K. And this has got 34K. So these are all in the 10K, multiple 10K ohms. Excuse me. This is 1.6K. And this is 6K. This one, however, is 0.2. Yeah, 0.2 ohms, which, I mean, that's dead short. Let me grab a donor board and see if that's supposed to be that way. I think I have an EDM02. This is an EDM020 board, by the way. I do have an EDM020. Alright, let me check that resistor on a donor board. Now, donor board does not work. Donor board has a bad connection under the SSD controller, but that shouldn't screw up the resistance reading on that area, I don't think. So, let's see. So this is the same area. Oh, where are we? Okay, here we go. Same area. Alright, let's go into continuity mode real quick and test my theory. So, yeah, see, I'm getting a ground plane on this one. I wasn't getting that on the other one. That's weird. Alright, and into resistance mode. So I think from top to bottom we had 6K, 10K, and 34K. So here I've got 6.6K. This one I've got 9.9K, about 10, and then this one 35. And what about here? No, that's just a low impedance resistor because this one's 0.2, 0.3. Okay, so that's normal then. Yeah, that's normal. See, so, but that cap on my regular board, on the one that I'm working on, didn't seem to have a ground plane. If I bring it back, that cap right there did not give me a ground reading. I'll do it again. Maybe it'll do it now and I'll look stupid, but... Yeah, see, I'm getting a reading of 171 ohms in continuity mode on that cap here. And on the donor board, on that little cap, I'm getting... I'm getting 36 ohms on the ground plane. So that is different. That is unusual. Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, that chip gets super hot though. Like, that whole PMIC area gets really hot. But you're right, it couldn't hurt to get some alcohol on there. Alright, let's... Yeah, it could be, you're right. I didn't get very close to it. Alright, let me bring you guys back over here. I really wish I could... No, actually, you know what? I can. Hang on. Oh, let me do some maneuvering here. Okay. All right. Microscope. Okay, so let's get real nice and in there. Yep. Okay, let me grab an alcohol and a clean Q-tip. Clean enough. Oh, let me actually get the damn power cord. Okay, so agreed. I completely agree that it's weird. I've never seen that long of a blue light before. But we do have a difference on that cap area, and I was concerned about communication with the RAM, so maybe the PMIC is not delivering the proper voltage and it's shutting down because it's trying to, and then eventually it just crashes. I'm assuming, like, I'm throwing wild shots in the dark here because I've never seen this issue before. Oh, also, while I'm thinking about it, did anybody get an answer to the question on if the SSD chips themselves are supposed to get hot when the unit starts? Okay, so I'm gonna soak this Q-tip in oil, or in alcohol.
Mini technician is here.
Mini technician has arrived.
After getting slammed with Rainbow Six Siege.
No, that happens. Alright, so I'm gonna dab some alcohol around that. Oh yeah, that immediately.
Yeah,
that's drying up instantaneously.
Does that mean it's getting really hot?
So is that though. I mean, that chip is getting ridiculously hot.
Off again. I'm making wrong.
Okay, make your own. Yeah, this whole area is just getting ridiculously. Yeah, but see, it's on the chip too. Like, it's not even on right now, and that chip is still super, super hot. Try and I want to get the entire area in here. Yeah, see, that chip gets ridiculously hot. This whole area is just getting nutsily hot. Alright, we'll take the small cap off. Hang on, I think it's actually taking less time to die now. Timbo, what's up, buddy? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, no, never mind. I thought it was taking less time for some reason. All right, yeah, let's move that cap, and let's see if we have the same. Well, hang on. I'll tell you what. We'll move the cap, and then we'll take a reading in continuity mode and see if we're getting the 34 that we're supposed to get. If we are, the 34 ohms, I mean. If we are, then that would lead me to believe that the cap is the issue. I'm worried about that cap causing an issue with voltage running to the RAM, but I don't understand how caps work. So I could be completely off on that. All right, there we go. Let's move this beast out of the way. Oh, you ran into issues with that cap before, Tim? Okay. Now, there is our target.
What is the target?
Alright. Let me put a nozzle on my air gun here. So I'm not just blowing a crap ton of air everywhere. There we go.
Pretty hot, man. About 90, 100 degrees.
Where?
You.
This is fine.
What's this board at, man? Pretty hot. Especially right over there.
Where are my tweezers?
Where?
I'm losing everything.
What type? Wait, like
I
tweezers?
just had them.
Like tweezers? Or like
No, like my good
big
silver
tweezers?
tweezers.
Let's find out.
I need them. Oh, they're
Right
there.
there.
They're hiding.
I don't see anything hot.
All right. Well,
Except
no,
for right
there's
there.
No power on them, but that's just reflection from the ground plane. All right. Well, let's take the cap off and let's take a measurement.
My hand's about 93.
Go.
You could take.
Oh yeah, no, I've definitely had problems with caps before, but I was talking about that cap specifically.
You could take photos with this thing.
I know they didn't spring for the high quality caps on these, but yeah. Let the air gun get hot. Alright. Cap is gone. We're just going to set it to the side over here for the time being. Remove yourself. Remove. Be gone, foul demon. There we go. Okay. Alright, so with that cap off, let's take a reading now on the what is supposed to be the ground side of that that plane in continuity mode and still see if we're still getting the 171 ohms that we were getting before. Well, let's let the board cool down a little bit first. Make sure I'm actually getting a good reading on that. Yeah, that's still pretty warm. Nope, I just lost the cap. It's on my finger somewhere. Oh well, I have replacements. I have donor boards, that's what they're for. Give it a little scrub and dub. Alright. Alright, nice little wipe down. Come in with the dry side. Yeah, it's fine. I have donor replacements. It's although I did just go through all that trouble to try and save it, but it's fine. I can replace it. Not a big deal. Alright. So alright, it's cooler. So on this plane right here, over here, I was getting 34 ohms in continuity mode on my donor board. So, and I was getting 171 ohms on this one. I'm still getting a way higher reading. I'm getting, I mean, it's still climbing because the board's still getting warm. So, yeah, I'm still at 141 and the board is still cooling down. So, it's gonna, I have a feeling it's gonna climb up to the 171 that it was at. So I'm still getting the same reading, which means the cap was probably fine. And I'm guessing, I mean, the next step is to remove the power management chip, I would assume. Yeah, it's still climbing back up. It's going to 151. Yeah, it's still steadily climbing. So we'll let it sit a little bit longer and see if it gets to a solid 171 like it was before. But if that didn't fix it, and that chip is still getting redonkulously hot, I would assume we probably have to replace that chip. What's on the other side of this chip, I wonder? So on the other side of the chip, just to appease my curiosity, I've got, oh, that looks delicious.
Spicy noodle.
I've got
It smells delicious too.
this area here. So I've got a MOSFET, a bunch of caps, a resistor. Let's just test these caps because that's an easy thing to do. Alright, and let's go into diode mode. Check the MOSFET. And I'm at 1.5 voltage drop. Let me just check this. I'm at 0.51 voltage drop. Okay, let me check the donor board just to make sure I'm in the same place there. Yeah, 1.5 and 0.48, so well within spec. Okay, so yeah, that MOSFET seems fine. I mean, I'm guessing it's gotta be that power management chip. Well, let's go ahead and take the power management chip off and see if that changes anything. I can always put it back on. Taking the nozzle off for this one because I need the heat. Alright. Power management chip is off. And now we wait for it to cool. Just checking something else that caught my interest real quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting hella ohms into the actual RAM. I should have checked that before I took the power management IC off, but it makes sense because the RAM was getting hot, so... Yeah, no, that didn't fix it. That's still having that same issue. Yeah, no, the same thing. What the hell's going on with this thing? So those two are no connect. Everything else is correct. Okay, so it's not the power management chip. So this little cap over here on what I'm assuming is supposed to be the ground side is also reading about 150 and climbing. Is that the same on the other board? No, same thing. That one also is not supposed to. Where are you talking about, B? So where I usually check my resistance is in this area here for the RAM. And resistance there right now is still climbing, I'm guessing because the board is still warm, but I've got 158 ohms. Oh, I've only got 38 ohms here. Okay, so my donor board in that area has 38 ohms. Oh, 36 right now. And this board is giving me 161, 62, still climbing. Could it actually be a bad RAM chip? I really hope not, because I don't have time to reball all these RAMs. Damn. That means I gotta pull each RAM off one by one. Because I don't have the UART tool to diagnose which one it is. And none of them are getting hotter than the other. Alright, so I know from my experience and research that I've done on these that the RAM chips are all in banks. And the one that I have seen go faulty the most is bank number 8, which is that one. Alright, well, before I go going crazy, let me put this power management chip back on, since we know that's not the issue. Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to fucking do that, but I will if I have to. It's for a customer, but I mean, he already paid to have the power supply replaced, and I don't know if he's gonna want to go through the job of redoing all of the RAM chips, because I mean, that's an expensive job. All right. So I think we're gonna hold off on this one for now because I need to reach out to the customer and make sure that they're gonna be okay. I'm pretty confident one of the RAM chips went bad at this point. So, I mean, I'm going to have to reach out to him first and make sure he actually wants to do that job. I don't know if it's going to be worth it to him or not. So, I think we're going to put this one on pause for the time being until I hear back from the customer.
So, no deal?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It's... Yeah, what I could... there's two options when it comes to this. I can redo all 8, or I can start taking them off one by one, testing until I find it where it's got the correct ohms reading, and then just reball the one. But I still have to contact the customer and let him know that, you know, this is a distinct possibility as to what's wrong with it. It's just, it's so interesting that with this blue light of death, I've never run into an issue like that before.
Why is the board so hot?
Because I just put a bunch of hot air on it.
Oh, look.
Yeah.
Your phone's even hot. What about a cooler? Why is the inside of the cooler hot?
Is that even aligned properly?
Nope. That ramen was good.
Yeah, that's aligned properly. Okay. I was worried that I didn't have it on there. Yeah, that's true. You know what? Maybe that is worth a shot. Let me let the board cool down a little bit. That's a good idea. Ah, but not all of them have caps. Yeah, I'm sure they're probably going to have all the same readings. But maybe one of them is slightly more elevated than the rest. But I still need to let that board cool down a significant amount before I can start getting accurate readings on there. And some of them don't have caps at all. They just have the little resistors there. Which I'm assuming means that the odd-numbered banks carry the capacitors for the even-numbered banks. Because this is bank 8, and it has no cap on it. But bank 7 does. It's got 2 caps. Yeah, I mean, what's it going to hurt to check some resistances right now, you know? I do have that PS4 I still need to work on. So, this will probably be the end of this one for the time being. But it couldn't hurt to, I mean, put this in continuity mode. Couldn't hurt to, okay. Aha. So I've got 166, about 166 on this cap. And I got dead short to ground on this one. Come here. Stop being rude. Yeah, I got dead short here. I wonder if that's the same thing on the other ones. So let's see. This one will be dead short. Yeah. Yep. Same thing on all of them. Well, same thing on those anyway. Let's move over to bank number 1. So in this case, it's going to be this lower one, short. Oh no. Okay. We do have differences. Okay. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're definitely getting somewhere. And then bank number 3. Okay. So, do we have 2 to 4 bad RAM chips? Because those readings up here are all normal. But these are the only ones reading high. These 4 lower ones. Ooh, and I don't know if I have that RAM. I think I only have the Samsung RAM. Yeah, I only have Samsung RAM. I think I have another donor board, but I think that one is also Samsung. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to replace all 8, even if the top 4 aren't bad, because I have to have all the same RAM. Do you know if the Samsung and this have the same solder ball configuration? What do you mean by? Yeah, the same. Okay. Well, that's gonna suck. Okay. Alright, let me check that configuration real quick. I'm gonna see if I have a stencil for it. See if it's just standard, like RAM replacement. If it is, then that's at least a little more manageable. find a picture of somebody who did a reball on them. Alright, it looks pretty standard. No, I haven't done it yet. Let's do that now. Yeah, I think I have a stencil for the RAM chips, and I have solder paste and a magnetic holder, so I think I should be okay if I have to reball all of them. But yeah, let's check the APU. Let's Alright, let me grab my tweezers. Let's get that sponge off gently. Alright, set that off to the side. Alright, we're gonna have to move some of this liquid metal, I guess. Let me see if I can see anything obvious before I start moving liquid metal. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if maybe there's like a noticeable chip somewhere, but yeah, I didn't see any. Alright, yep, let's get some of that liquid metal off on the corners here. Just trying to gather it all in the middle here. Alright, so that's, yeah, that's just hair from the Q-tip. Alright, so... hang on. No, it doesn't seem like it's cracked there. Doesn't look cracked there. Look like a chip. Not really. I mean, it kind of looks weird, but I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a chip on the APU. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cracks. Oh, you see this one down here you're talking about? Shut up, multimeter. You're talking about this little piece right here? Yeah, I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, but why would it work? So just to reiterate the story here, I put a new power supply in it. It worked completely fine the entire night. He played for a few hours the night that he came and picked it up, and it wasn't until the next morning that it had this issue. Oh, that. Hang on, I didn't catch that. If that's damage to the chip, then that's way worse. Let me try and wipe that up real quick. Because if that's chip damage, then yeah, I'm calling it right here. Let me get a fresh Q-tip. Yeah, I was thinking about it as I said it, that it was probably okay for the first little bit, but as the APU got hot and then cooled down, it may have cracked. Okay, yeah, that's not chip damage. I thought that if that had been chip damage right there, then I would have called it immediately. But I think I'm still gonna have to. Yeah, because I'm not comfortable. If that is APU damage, then I mean, there's no saving it. Let me get in here with a fresh Q-tip. Let me just tidy up that area a little bit and make sure that is what it is. I mean, is it really chipped though? Now that I'm cleaning it, it doesn't look like it's chipped. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay. I'm about to say, yeah, I didn't think I was losing my mind there. But then again, who the fuck am I to tell if I'm losing my own mind, you know? Yeah, no, I think the APU is clean. Yeah, I think that APU is clean. Let me do one more test real quick. I'm going to put this back in the chassis. Well, let me respread. You know what? I have to respread the liquid metal at some point later anyway. So, no, I don't have UART yet. I'm going to order it probably tonight because I need to download the BWE software, and I need to get the machine that can read it so I can hook up to my computer. But that's going to be my next purchase for sure because I mean it's too useful not to have. I just need to learn how to use it. But no, I don't have the machine to wire to solder the wires to next to the Wi-Fi board and then connect to the machine and plug into the computer yet. So that is my next purchase, 100%. All right, the one thing I did want to check while I'm here is the reading on this donor board on these caps. So this is a donor board. This is the one that has the bad SSD. Well, not the bad SSD. It has the SSD itself is good, but there's busted pads underneath it, and I tried to replace it, and it did not go well. So here we are. All right, so I'm going back into continuity mode. This is just for my own interest, really. So bottom one, ground. Sorry, upper one in this case, ground. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely on this bank of RAM that there's an issue. So move over to this one. It's definitely a RAM issue. Oh shit! Yeah, you're so right. I did forget the sponge. Thanks. Well, hopefully I didn't just screw up the APU. Nah, it's fine. Alright. Sponge is reapplied. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. Okay, and then let me just double check this one for my own interest and curiosity. So this one should be ground, and this one should be ground. Yep. Okay. Definitely on this bottom bank of RAM. It's 5, 6, 7, and 8. Which means I'm going to have to replace all 8 chips. Oh, that's infuriating. But it is what it is. Alright, I'll reach out to the customer and let him know the bad news and see what he wants to do about it. So that's going to be probably a next week repair. But we're not done yet. Ugh. We are not done yet. Here we have a PS4. So, this PS4 originally came to me for data recovery. My experience with these PS4s is that you cannot just get the information from the hard drive on your PC. That you have to download it onto USB drive, all that. So, but it came into me because there was no power going into it, and they wanted to get the data off the hard drive. So it came to me roach infested. So I put a new power supply in it. That did not fix the issue. So after tracing every possible thing onto the board, we ended up reflowing the south bridge, and that got it to power on. What it did not get it to do is read the hard drive. So it powered on, but it would not. It gave me an error code saying that it couldn't read the hard drive. I took out the hard drive and I tested it with a known good drive that I know works. So to the point where it should, if it read the drive, give me an error saying that it couldn't load the PlayStation software, but it did not. It gave me the same hard drive error code that it says it couldn't read the hard drive at all. So, and then just for clarification purposes, after a little while of letting it sit, I tried to turn it back on, and it wouldn't turn back on again. I had to reflow the south bridge again. So, we came to the conclusion that the south bridge chip is bad and needed to be replaced. I had to order the south bridge chip. I now have the south bridge chip. So, we're going to replace the south bridge. Actually, let's just see real quick if it still turns on. I'm interested to see. All right. Does it turn on still? Where's my power button? I believe that's the power. Yep, I'm back to no power. Alright, so yeah, I mean, that south bridge is bad. So we're going to take off that south bridge. And we're going to put a new one on. Right. And for those of you wondering, yes, it is the what's it called? It is the south bridge that is known to go bad. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is. I think it's like a 42 GG or something like that. The one that are known to have problems. All right. Let's get this out of the way. And we should be good to remove the power supply before we go doing that. Alright, hard drive, that would be helpful. Didn't want to come out. Thought I might have had a screw or something in there. Alright. So, here we are. Alright, and microscope cam. Yep, 42 GG. And it was GG indeed. Alright, so that south bridge is coming off. And I've got a brand new pre-balled south bridge to replace it with. Which we're going to leave in the case for right now. Alright, so we're just going to dive right into this. just gonna continue slowly moving the heat around the chip, just trying to make sure all the solder balls underneath melt. And every so often I'm just going to give it a little touch and see if it's moving. Oops, we got no movement yet. Alright, so she should be ready to come up. Oh, there goes the chip. Try and lose any components. Nope. Components seem to be there still. It's awesome. Man, that's a lot easier to get off than the PS5 one, I'll tell you that much. Alright. We're going to come in with some more flux while the board is nice and warm. And we're going to take a big old blob of leaded solder. Do that nice and gently so we don't tear up any pads. Just kind of dragging it along here, mixing in the leaded solder with the unleaded stuff so it's easier for me to wick up. And again, I'm doing this very, very gently. Don't want to tear up any pads. Alright, that should be fine. Get rid of that solder ball. Put a little additional flux down. Probably don't need it, but more flux is always good. And I'm going to get myself a fresh piece of wick. Down a little bit so I can see more of what I'm doing. And I'm just going to start up in the corner here. Gently, ever so gently, just wick away the solder on here. I'm going to do this little bits at a time. Alright, that solder's wanting to fray on me a little bit here, so I'm going to be a little more careful. Come down a little bit. Actually, I'm going to clip that tip real quick. Hang on. Alright. Back to it. Again, nice and gently. Alright, we're going to move on to the next little quadrant over here. Same thing. Being very gentle. Alright, so that should be all of it wicked away. Just double check. Make sure there's no torn pads. It doesn't seem to be.
Sounds like Buddha hole out here.
Yep, it seems to be good.
What we're working on now, the PS4.
Yep.
What's wrong with this one?
Needs the main power chip replaced.
I'm watching your favorite YouTuber.
Markiplier?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Look how you knew instantly.
there is only one.
It's
Well, he's my favorite comedy YouTuber.
Phasmophobia.
Oh, hell yeah. I just watched that compilation.
I'm watching it again. I watched it like 5 times. Let's see, is it hot? Probably.
I'm
Yeah.
about to say probably.
The whole back of the board.
Yeah.
It's only in the hundreds.
Clean up this flux. Being very gentle on these pads, obviously. obviously. I'm gonna come in with some alcohol.
Nope. Why doesn't it say you have any viewers?
I don't know. It's acting weird today. Right.
When you go so down, sweet. I'll just see you direct tease. Key. On the toes. Sing along.
All right. There we go. So I just have one area of concern. I mean, there's a couple, but there's one main one. I gotta take care of that, like, now. It's this little area right here. Just gotta... just this little area, there's some copper in between these two pads right here, and I want it to be separated. Other than that, I'm not terribly concerned. But there's those two pads right there were kind of elongated, and even though I'm pretty sure it connects to a no connect, I want to be 100% sure that, you know, the solder balls aren't merging unnecessarily. So I just wanted to tighten that one area up there real quick. Where is my UV? My desk is a disorganized mess of chaos. Yeah, just that one little area. Uh-oh. Okay, where's backup UV? I have two of them, and this one appears to be dead. Is that backup UV down here? It sure looks like it. Okay. Backup UV, are you good? Backup UV is good. Alright, so we're just going to let UV do its work. Just let that sit there for a second. You got to replace batteries on UV number 1. Yeah, this Southbridge replacement is a last resort on this because I have done literally every possible thing I could think to do. And we did have a minor voltage drop issue on the 5 volt. Oh, don't even get me started, Nathan. Don't even get me started. Okay, I'm willing to take a look at that B. Let me finish letting this cure real quick, and we'll take a look around just to make sure. That should be sufficient for that. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so Nathan, let's see if we're on the same page, bud, because I think I see what you're talking about. So, I'm thinking, like, this one, and maybe either this one or this one. Should I just do all three? Yeah, okay. That one up top is definitely giving me more concern the more I look at it, so. Alright, so let's come in. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, that's too much on the end there. Hang on. I'm assuming you meant solder mask. Alright, let me cure those spots real quick. Oh, I need a refill on caffeine. Caffeine refill. Woo! Oh, that is pungent. Okay. Alright, let's just make sure those cured properly. If they did, then I should not be able to move it. I'm doing this. Nope. think, yep, that didn't cure right. Spot is pretty black. I think there. Are you talking about the one on like the left side towards the bottom? Because I think that's just a light issue. Yeah, I think that's just a light issue. I think when I move the light, you'll see that's not black. Yeah, I saw the same thing as soon as you mentioned it, but I think it's just the reflection of the light from my microscope on that solder, the pad, is just showing up black. So some of the mass didn't cure all the way, so I'm gonna let the UV light sit on there for a little while longer. I don't want to put a whole lot of heat in that area right now, because I'm about to put a whole lot of heat in that area. Excuse me. So we're just going to let that sit for another probably 30 seconds just to make sure it finishes curing properly. Yeah, you ain't wrong, B. You ain't wrong. This one wasn't blue light of death, though. It was a straight no power. And then when I reflowed the south bridge, got power, got it to a white light, and then wouldn't read the hard drive. So actually no blue light of death on this one. Alright. Alright, I feel better about that. Alright, let's find those other ones that you're talking about. Let me zoom in a little more here. Okay, so I see a couple there. We're gonna tidy those up right now. There's actually still some flux on there. Let me clean that up real quick. Looks like there's still a little alcohol on there. Let me just run some hot air over it real quick. Oh no. Got some on the pad there. That's alright. I'll clean it up in just a second. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else. Nah, I think the rest of them look okay. Yeah, everything else looks good. Alright, let me just tighten that one up real quick. To do the old Q-tip technique. Just need to get enough off of that pad so the solder will stick to it. That should do. Alright. And curing time. Alright. We're going to let that cure for a minute. And then I'm probably going to come through with some hot air and just kind of circle around the area just to help finish any curing that needs to happen there. And then from that point we should be good to just put down a little bit of flux and position the chip. Give it about another 30 seconds under the UV to do the curing. And then we'll come in with some hot air and just kind of circle the area a bit, let that curing finish up. All right. Let's go back to the area. Yeah, we're definitely gonna come in with some hot air. I feel like the this one right here did not cure properly. No, pretty well did, but still gonna come in with the hot air and just give it the old once over. Alright. These up here still looking good. Yep. All looking good. What do you think, B? Anything I missed? Everything looks pretty well to me. Alright, let's grab our new chip. Oh, sorry, before we do that. Alright, cool. I'm just going to put the tiniest little bloop. Just a little bloop. And we're going to take that, we're going to... Yep. There's a piece of dirt somewhere. I felt it. Spread that flux around. Again, ever so gently. Alright, yeah, don't need a lot. Alright, new chip. Already came pre-balled, which is great. I did buy a stencil because I didn't know if it was going to come pre-balled or not, but didn't end up needing it. So that's tremendous. Boop. Alright, so that's obviously not the correct positioning. That's fine. We're going to get it into the correct positioning. So... Alright, that appears to be the correct positioning. I can't really move it from this position. Ah, yeah. That appears to be correct. Just stay there. We're going to come around and just double check our edges. Now, see, that's off. Okay, that's why we double check. Nope. Oh, there's still some solder up there. I didn't catch that. Whoops. Alright, well. Am I missing any others? Alright, well, let's get that one. Well, yeah, there's a little bit around that area, so let's drop some flux. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with the oscillator on that for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that thing is incredibly clean. Alright. Well, now we gotta clean again. I missed that bit of solder there. Alright, let's try this again. Nope, too low. thing is being difficult. Does that look right? Seems off. Like on the left hand side, it just doesn't look like it's sitting right. I don't have another chip to replace this with, so I want to make sure I get it right. I suppose I could always just reball it, but... See, now it's off over here. Maybe I can just nudge it with the tweezer slightly. No, that ain't gonna do it. Oh, this thing's being a pain in the butt. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Alright, more flux is applied. I will not use the flux finger to position the chip. Nope, that's off. Alright, that looks about right, yes? I don't want to touch the damn thing if it's right. And I'm just overthinking this. That one looks right. Yep. That's the idea. I'm just trying to like just get a peek. Yeah, see it's slightly off. You can see where the solder balls are. You think if I run the heat, it'll just kind of move into place? I mean, it's not like it's far off. The solder should still touch the pad. Alright. Alright. I've only done PS5 South Bridges. I haven't done PS4, so I'm sure it's the same general idea, but I prefer to talk to people who have more experience than I in these particular situations. Alright. So let's let the gun get to heat. Alright, gun is up to temperature. Alright, so it seems to have moved at least a little bit into place. I'm going to take the heat off. I'm just going to give it a quick tap to make sure, well, let the solder cool for a minute, obviously, and I'm just going to give it a tap to make sure the solder is in place. And I need to get more flux because that bottle is dry. And as long as that chip doesn't move, I'm going to put a little more flux down and I'm going to reflow it. Go. Alright, let's give it a little tappy tap. Yep, that chip ain't going nowhere. Alright, let's put a little flux down. There it is. That's the drop that I was looking for. Alright. Alright, and now we let it cool. Yeah, that looks pretty well in place. I'm pretty comfortable with where that is. Bottom side. Yeah, I'm comfortable with where that is. Alright, let's let that cool down for a little bit before I go throwing alcohol all over the place. I gotta clean up that oscillator, so. Alright, well, while the board's still warm, let's clean up the flux that we can. Especially around the oscillator. I'm gonna let that cool down just a little bit, and then I'll come in with the alcohol and a toothbrush and give everything a good scrub, and then come in with the cotton swab and just kind of get the area around a bit. Alright, so alcohol it up, and toothbrush. Uh-oh. Hold on, we have other problem. I mean, it might not necessarily be a problem, but it's enough of a problem for me to be concerned about it. I'll show you guys in just a second. It's probably not a huge deal, but I just noticed it. Trying to correct it now. Alright. So, I mean, that's relatively clean. However, problem, those are solder balls. I think when I when I picked up the South Bridge, I lost a couple of those. The old Southbridge, I mean, not the new one. Just to be very clear about that. seem to have cleared the solder ball dilemma. Let me just make sure there's none on the back here that are hiding on me. Nope, seem to be good. Let's give it a quick dusting just to be sure. Make sure I don't have any loose solder balls around anything. It's going to short out. No, seems to be good. Alright, let me give this another once over with some alcohol and a Q-tip. Again, specifically around this oscillator. Make sure it is nice and clean. Alright. So, just clear up some of that alcohol. Okay. So now for the real test. Did I fuck this up? Or did I do something good? If we get power, I did something good. If we still have no power, I fucked up. Now, if we have power, do we get to read the disk drive? Or the hard drive? That is the question. I gotta clear some space here, because I'm gonna test the whole shebang at once. Alright, so let me swap you guys over to the other cam while I reassemble here. There's a bunch of flux on the mat, so I don't want to put the whole console there. So we're just going to reassemble over here for right now. Right. So I should be able to actually test the south bridge before I actually turn the console on by checking voltages on these lower caps on the back side. So we'll do that. All right. So, where's my power cord? All right, so I'm not even going to try and put the power button on. We're going to hop down to voltage over here. And I'm actually going to jump to the microscope. You guys can still see the voltage in the lower corner over there. But what I'm looking at is these that you can't see. These. So I should have, I mean, let's just make sure we have our regular voltage. Okay, so I've got 5 volts where 5 volts should be. I got 3.3. That voltage might not come up until it's turned on. And there's 1.8 here. Okay. All right. Well, I've got proper voltages under the south bridge. That's positive news. All right. It's time. Uh-oh. Had a little bit of a liquid metal spill on my my desk here. Hang on, let me tidy that up. Alright. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do now. Let's bring you guys over. Alright. So, the idea is that I should be able to plug the power cord and cable into the PS4. And it should boot normally. Or it should power on normally. And then, hopefully, it will be able to read the hard drive. So, we're going to hope for all of the best. And we're going to plug in the HDMI cord as if to manifest that this is going to work. go. Plugging in the ribbon cable for the power button. Alright, I'm not going to be able to see you guys for a second, so I'll be back. Okay. We are now on the proper HDMI. Nope. No power. Fuck. Fuck. No power. Try my auxiliary power button, although I don't think that's the problem. Yeah. Nope. No power. God damn it. Okay. Well, let's try and find the problem. Ah, no power hurts my heart. Let's check for shorts under the south bridge. Maybe I'll try and reflow it again. Oh, that hurts. That definitely hurts. Alright. Let's take a look. Oh, that's disheartening. But we persevere. We continue on. So let's check the area under the south bridge for shorts. See if maybe something got jolted or something. I had the voltages though. That one, that one was short last time too. I think that's supposed to be short. You know, I've run into an issue, and I remember this from a few videos, where if there's flux trapped um, under the south bridge, that's what can screw up the oscillator from not working. I'm wondering if maybe that's where I'm at, because I don't see anything that would cause it to just not work. Check for any bridges. As best I can, anyway.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
What you doing?
Double checking my work.
So, the chip is good?
I mean, it seems to be.
Boom. Where's the rest of the PS4?
At your feet.
This is it? That's it?
Uh-huh.
Where's the top?
It's all apart.
Halfway through
Halfway through what?
the compilation.
Oh, nice. see any bridge solder balls, at least on the edges over here. It does look like there's still some flux in there, so maybe I can, maybe I just need to heat the area up and flush it with alcohol. Yeah, there's definitely still a bunch of flux under there. Alright. Heads up, guys, loud noises. Alright. Double check again. There was a bunch of flux under there. Heat the area up. Yeah, there's still a little bit coming out. Right, one more time. Well, reflowing it is my next option. Right now I'm trying to clear out all the flux from underneath it because I know excess flux underneath the south bridge will stop the oscillation from working properly. At least it does on the PS5. I'm assuming the PS4 is similar. So the first thing I want to try before I do another reflow and put more flux in there is to clean out the flux that's already in there. Alright. Go. Flood it one more time. I didn't see any flux bubbles that time, so pretty sure that's covered, but just gonna be 100% sure. Alright. Okay. So now that the south bridge is flux free, let's see if that gives us any change in behavior. I'm not gonna get all confident like I did last time. I'm just gonna plug it in, put the clamp on, put the power button in, and just see if it turns on. That's the goal. Let's just make sure it turns on. If not, we'll reflow it again. I mean, I'm not hugely concerned about it. I mean, well, that's not true. I am a little concerned about it, but let's see what we can do. Power supply in, APU clamp. Let's just worry about starting it. Because if we can't start it, the rest of it is moot. Okay. Right, and is this good power button or auxiliary power button? This is auxiliary, which means this is the good one. Okay. Alright, so we got power. Oh, we got power plugged into it. Alright. Let's just make sure. Still getting the same voltages. Yep. Still got 5 volts there. Still got 3.3 there. Still got 1.8 there. Okay. Did that help it? I'm not hopeful, but did it help it? Yeah, no, it did not. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. Okay, let's reflow it. I don't get it. I'm getting the voltages that I'm supposed to be getting. I don't understand why there's still no power. There's no shorts. I have the voltages. It just don't want to work for me. Alright. Well, let's reflow it. Alright, there we go. It is now reflowed. Let the board cool down a little bit.
Smell like Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So is it good?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Alright. Again, I don't see any bridge solder joints based on what limited access I have there. Those look okay.
That's how I feel.
There it is.
Any ghost around here?
Those all look okay.
Check for any ghost, man.
So, alright, I'm going to come in again just to help clear out some of the excess flux under the chip. There's a bit. Loud noises. Alright, once more. bubbles coming out. It's all nice and warm. It's fine. Alright, just dry up the alcohol. Alright, let's give it a try. Again, I will double check for voltages first. Make sure I still have the same voltages. Right. Just putting the APU clamp on. Go to hell, multimeter. I am in no mood for your shenanigans. Okay. Alright, power's in. Are we still getting the same voltages? Let's bring the scope over to okay, so 5 volt. Got 5 volts. So you guys can see. Okay. So 5 volt. Got 5 coming in. 3.3. 3.3. 1.8, 1.8, power, no power. Not even a bit of power. I'm pretty sure I'm calling it quits on this one. I don't get it. I have voltage coming in. Do I have voltage on my power button? I mean, I feel like I probably should, but... Um, yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's voltage going into the power button. I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah. I'm about out of ideas here. I mean, I have every voltage I should have. Yep. I'm about out of ideas here, guys. I think I'm gonna have to call the customer and deliver bad news, which is never what I wanted to do. But I've done everything I can possibly think to do to this thing, and I'm just plumb out of ideas. So that's gonna, yeah, that's a no-go. All right, well, it is what it is. All right, well, that's unfortunate. All right, guys. Well, the Saga of the PS4 unfortunately does not have a happy ending, but it is what it is. Can't fix them all, and this one just really doesn't want to be saved. Yeah, I'm just out of ideas for this guy. So I'll call him tomorrow and deliver the bad news and set it up for pickup and everything like that. And I'll reach out to the customer with the PS5 and let him know what I think needs to be done there. And see if he wants to go through with that. If so, we have another video. If not, I have plenty of other consoles. But either way, yeah, I'm disheartened. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't at least get one of them going. But dems to breaks. It'd be like that. So I'm going to go ahead and get some sleep. I got early morning disc golf and a Super Bowl tomorrow, so it's going to be great fun. Love you all so much. Thank you for coming and hanging out, and hopefully next week's a little more successful.